Hello, that is not a video game. Let's try that. Hey, that's a video game. All right, we had some technical difficulties trying to get the stream started, but we're here, finally. Let me find Discord and ping the Pi Discord. All right, pinged the Pi Discord. Good. What else am I missing? Sorry, I'm a little scrambled. Technical difficulties at the start of the stream, so I'm kind of catching up on things that I would usually do before the stream, because I had to restart everything. There we go, that's working. All right, I think we're good. I think I've got everything. Yeah, hello. So yesterday, it's been the push for red chips, so we got these factories over here up for Bakelite. And, I still need to drop this off here. And we got a lot of our semiconductor stuff running as well. These are all stopped for various reasons, but as the rest of the semiconductors come out of this side, they'll eventually end up over there. This runs slowly, right, until we get blue science and we can upgrade these silicon wafer factories. It's going to be running slowly, and that's fine, and that's expected. So we're gonna... Why is this stopped, though? Oh, we're out of antimony pulp. Cool. And this is why silver remains on the to-do list, because antimony pulp is almost certainly stopped on... Yeah, the Dowfroth 250, and that's almost certainly stopped on ethylene glycol. Where did I do that build? Up here. Yep, ethylene glycol. All right. So that's silver limited right now. And if I find wherever silver goes, yeah, here. So we will, if we check here how much silver we're pushing out, not that one, top one? Slowly but surely. This is our main silver from, ash from the belt base. We also do have a trickle of silver from ash processing on the rail base. If I find where I'm making that. But this should basically never be happening. Oh, and also, this is a void. Have I been setting up all of my ash outputs with void logic? Absolutely no, I haven't. So that could be a problem. I'll deal with that when I need to deal with it. And then down here is silver lead dust. That's not actually silver. So, yep, silver is going to be one of our big limiting factors, unfortunately. We will have to expand that, I think, before this actually works. I was hoping I could get away without it, but we're going to have to. I have PCB substrate 2 on my to-do list, and I think I picked up the things to do it. I did. But I think I want to jump right into Trits instead, to be honest. I do want to go drop off this DDC over where we're making phenol. And then we will do We'll grab what we need for the Trits build, and we can go from there. Just the sooner I get the Trits started, the sooner they can kind of bootstrap all the rest of the modules that's needed for them to run full scale, right? All right. And each of these is actually running at 0.8 a second because they're running at a rate of 1 biofactory. It's not quite ratioed because direct insertion is easier in this setup. So that means 0.8 times 5 is 4 a second. No. 0.4, and then, then it's half into 1. Yeah. So 4 a second. Yeah. Okay, let's do Trits. Let's figure out what we need in here. So, the question that I have for myself, that's kind of the same question that was there at the end of last week, is do we do moondrops on site or not? Is it time to make a big centralized moondrop build? Because I have moondrops in a few places around the base. I have some moondrops here for, what is this for? Cotton gut studs, and these are moondrop 1s. And probably in most places where I'm doing moondrops, I'm doing moondrop 1s. I've got 18 factories here of moondrop 2s for cotton guts. And I've got bunch of moondrop 2s here. This is all methane though, so this is kind of a self-contained moondrop build. Trits are going to be another 18 moondrop 2s in their build. So do I want to change this? And I'm not really sure, to be honest. We can definitely pull the moondrops out of here, and we can do a big, like, you know, double this size moondrop build. And maybe with moondrop, if we plan to upgrade to moondrop 3s, or honestly, we also have moondrop module 2s that we're still not doing. Yeah, we can get it down to a smaller fraction of the necessary moondrop machines. What if we were to make a big moondrops build? Let's just see what that looks like. We're gonna make moondrops from... We don't have moondrop 3s yet, so we'll say moondrop 2 for now. We could upgrade to moondrop mark 2s, I just haven't gotten around to breeding those yet. And moondrop seeds, that all loops. We will get rid of that, and we will force this to... Ooh, 2 of those loops a ton of... Ooh, don't. Why is that so many more than what it looks like here? I guess it's not. 17 at a third times 3 is... what, 34, 40, yeah, 51 and change. But if we plan for moondrop mark 2s, yeah, 27 of them. If we plan to use Moondrop 3 instead of Moondrop 2 with Moondrop Mark. Oh, that ratio's nicely. Except, of course, right now, we don't have the Mark IIs. Or this recipe. 27.3 versus with this one, it was very similar, wasn't it? Oh, 51.4. And then with Mark IIs, it's 26.5. Okay. So if we plan for a build of like 27, right? And we're going to start out with this recipe. And then we will eventually switch to Moondrop Mark IIs, and we will eventually switch to Recipe 3. Which will need... Yeah, 2 more of these. We can get up to 28. Okay, yeah, 28 then. 28 Moondrop thingies, 4 of these. We'll start it out with the recipes we have, and we'll plan to be able to upgrade it. And that should work fine. Because bringing in fertilizer and biomass won't be too much of a challenge. Right, because these work... Here, let me make this a nested table. And that's going to spit out so many Moondrops, and then... Here. Our current setup, which we'll be using Moondrop 2s... no, sorry. Clear fixed building count. Moondrop seeds. Botanical nursery. Dev fixed building count. 2. Well, 1. Yeah. Close to, 28 versus 26, whatever. So this is what we can build now, which will be getting us that 1.7 Moondrops a second. And then between Moondrop 2s and the new recipe, it'll be upgradable to a lot more. All right. This is what we're going to build. I like this plan. And then even just upgrading these to Moondrop 2s with a second one of these. Yeah, that doubles it, right? And we can even run this with regular Moondrops at 2 of these if we wanted to, depending on if we get this recipe before we get... That's actually a better first upgrade. Either way, 28 Moondrop greenhouses and 4 botanical nurseries is what we want. We've got 18 there that we're going to pull out, obviously. And then we'll have to figure out where else am I making Moondrops that I could be not making them. I guess we have some here. That's 18, 22. Hey, Starfighter. Good to see you. All right. So we have 22 Moondrop greenhouses and 2 of the botanical nurseries. So I need 2 more. No more Starship launches, whatever will I do? What did I say I needed? 6 more of these. Okay. And then we will have to tear down where we've got the big Moondrop builds built in a couple of places. And maybe I should think about starting the bootstrap of Moondrop Mark IIs. I've been ignoring them for a long time. This is what I need. Soil, fertilizer, moondrop seeds, hydrogen, water. Okay. So we're going to have most of this stuff near where we're going to set up moondrops anyway. So maybe I fork off of that factory and just do a little moondrop breeding facility. Oh, this one's better. Oh no, but this needs the Moondrop Seeds Mark II already. And then trying to do Mark IIIs will also return more Mark IIs, because of course it does. So yeah, I need this to run to make 4 Moondrops, and then I can feed those into this to try to get seeds. And then we can run this to try to get more. Cool. And that'll need Decalin. I'm making Decalin somewhere. I hope I put it on rails. Yeah, cool. We have plenty of it. So we'll set up Moondrop breeding then, while we do. So that's an extra botanical nursery, an extra Moondrop greenhouse, a third extra Moondrop greenhouse. Or a second extra Moondrop greenhouse, rather. So we want 2 more of these and 1 more of those. All right, bots. Bring it to me. All right, apparently all of that stuff is down in storage, not in... Cool. That is everything there. And then centralized moondrops, the whole reason to do this is because it simplifies Trits, right? If we just bring in moondrops, especially if we want to be able to scale up Trits, having like huge amounts of moondrop machinery is awful. So we will just bring them in instead. And that keeps this build a little bit smaller. And then I think the actual ratio of this build is, I mean, it's almost certainly like 16 to 2, right? 15.6 divided by 1.78. Sorry, other way around. 1.78 out of 15.6 divide. Maybe it's not quite 16 to... Maybe it's not quite 16 to 2. Yeah, alright. Close enough to 16 to 2 that I'm not going to worry about it. Why are you red? That one's working. Oh, are they red when they're returning to the depot? They are. Did I mess up my depots? Oh, I don't want a color on the depots. Why do depots have colors, but none of my other stations do? Interesting. Use destination train stop color. Because, yeah, they're using the right trails when they depart. Sorry, I just installed the train trails mod. So, color type, default trail color. Oh, probably not train sync. Yeah, no, we just want animated color. There we go. These are the important things, is making sure we get the pride flag train trails working correctly. Okay, all of this comes up. Let's be careful not to break the releases. I should probably also centralize releases, but we're not going to worry about that right now. So all of this comes up. Let's see. We're going to drop down just a place to dump some of the Moondrop stuff out of my inventory for now. Alright, so we got... That can stay there. The other place we need to pull them... Well, let's figure out... I guess I just add the request here for Moondrops. 30 stacks. And then we'll have to route that, like, up over here to join with the... I mean, how much Moondrops do the Cotton Guts use? Each of these is 0.02 per second, and we have how many? 22. So, okay, it's like half a Moondrop per second. Not even worried about it then. right. Now I should go drop off this silicon where it's more useful. I'll leave the moondrop seeds there for now. I don't really have a good place for them. No, that's not true. I'll take them with me. Changed my mind. Just because we're doing a little more taking things apart down here. Let's do... Okay, so I think that is... What are those? Yeah, 30 Moondrop farms, and everything else is... That looks good. So we want to, if we look back at YAFC, we want to plan to switch to Moondrop Recipe 3 using Moondrop 2s, right? This is the final build. So we're going to make soil... Here, let's make sure that we know how much, like... Oh, we need 6 soil extractors. I forgot about those. And then we need to bring in... We need to bring in the ash, the fertilizer, early anyway, because we're going to need that for the Moondrop 2 breeding program. So yeah, going from, we'll start at 2.3 moondrops a second, and we'll get up to like 6.5 as we get our upgrades in, which is fan-freaking-tastic. Okay, so... Yeah, I didn't grab soil extractors. That's fine. But other than that, I think we're good. We need 3 train stations, right? Because we're bringing in... We're bringing in ash, fertilizer, and biomass, so that's 1 train station. Hydrogen is a 2nd, and then the moondrop out is the 3rd. So just 3 train stations. Anywhere I've got 3 free stations. And maybe... Where's a good place where I have some land? I am looking for... Yeah, not really anywhere around here. All right. I guess we just keep one of these paths going. I really should be thinking about, like, looping this back around and closing this off. Just because I think it's getting to be a big enough block that I want to loop it around. Let's do pointing upwards here, and then we have... I mean, we're going to need a bunch of landfill working through here, but I think that'll be fine. So yeah, pointing upwards here. Come on, bots. You can do it. So we will do, let's do the solid pickup. So this will be the Moondrop output right there. And then we'll have our material in and hydrogen in. This is just hydrogen, which is great that we don't need... Well, no, that's not true, is it? Because for Moondrop breeding... Sorry, for working on the Stage 2 Moondrops, we're also going to need Decalin. So let's bring in both. And one of these is hydrogen. One of them is Decalin. And we power it. All right. And then the input here, double check. Yeah, ash, fertilizer. And then biomass for the actual Moondrop recipe. Okay, and all of that is fine. That's nothing weird. Ash. Oh, I put a space in. Ash. Fertilizer. And biomass. Okay, so let's get, because we want to build this out for the Moondrop 3s, I mean, it's like, I guess we're going to do like a belt of soil, belt of ash and fertilizer, and a belt of biomass and Moondrop seeds. I guess that's fine. Oh, I turned off the roboport. And the reason to do the ash and fertilizer instead of the biomass and ash or biomass and fertilizer is because of this. That uses ash and fertilizer for breeding Moondrop 2s. And then we will also have here the biomass. And like a half a belt of each of those. And the biomass needs to join up with wherever we pull seeds from, which I guess I can set up the seed build over here. That'll be 4 of these guys. And these pull in 1 a second and output 1 point, what? 2 to a second. All right, that's easy. Then down we go. Let's have this come on both sides of the belt. We're going to try to run, well, like everything on both sides of the belt, basically. Even though none of this is in quantities that actually need a double-sided belt. Output right is drops. That joins here. All right, so that'll be seeds. That'll come down here. That'll join with this. And that'll go out to our actual moondrop greenhouses. And then we're also going to have soil that needs to come into that whole system, and we'll figure that out in a minute. Train is stuck. Why? Oh. Because I didn't properly filter these outserters, and one of them output biocrud. All right, let's go fix that. Fortunately, we're right there. I will take an easy fix any day. All right, these need to be filtered. Oh, it's in my auto trash. Cool. All right, that should fix that. Cool. And then this just needs formaldehyde, and as I've said several times over the past couple streams, formaldehyde is waiting on us to research this tech node, which gives us the formaldehyde recipe that we actually built around. Let's find out what's going on with science. Of course it's Logi-Sci. Why is Logi-Sci always my problem? Is it this again? It's this again. And brains to lard is very quiet, and I'm assuming that means that I have burned through all my spare brains. Yeah, pretty much. So it was cool while it lasted, and it got us some science. It got us to Trits, right? And once we get Trits going, they will be another big source of lard. So it's not like the end of the world. All right, let's keep going. So this is going to be Moondrop. We'll start with Moondrop 2. There is 28 Moondrop machines. Did I do my math wrong? 28. That's what I said I wanted, right? Yep. How did I end up with so many spares? Oh, nope, there we go. 2 left. That's right. And then each of these... I hate doing this. It's awful. But it is, unfortunately, the best way, I think, to get the moondrops to actually line up was with the double power poles. Because the moondrop greenhouses are just too long for proper to space them out properly. Okay. And then, of course... Okay. So that is inputs for a bunch of these things. And what else are we going to need? We're going to need the soil. That'll come around on the outsides, I guess. And then outputs will also be on the outside. So all of this, except these ones are inputs. Okay, and then bring that up like... yeah, there. Nope, not quite there. Not there either. There. Because we got to be able to take our output all the way down. Okay. This feeds into... there. Like that. That'll work. All right, let's get water figured out. And a water pump, which I always seem to have extras of. Not that I mind. Okay, that'll be... I mean, I think that's it, basically. I should set the soil extractors to soil. And then we need to power them. Cool. And the output comes down here. And that will be moondrops. I need to go grab a bunch of moondrops that I can use as modules, obviously. And we're missing some red inserters. I don't want to make those by hand. We'll have to grab those. Other than that, it looks pretty good. Let's go grab some moondrops. And then the other thing we'll have to do is figure out the moondrop breeding and try to make sure that we can properly prioritize like the output of the breeding system over the rest of the moondrops so that we ooh. Do we need 16 times 28? We actually need a lot of moondrops. Hopefully there's a bunch of them down here still, because this breeder shouldn't have been running. Yeah. Ooh, I am out of moondrops. Okay. That is fine. I'll just need a few more moondrops to fill this, but, you know, they will start outputting moondrops and the system should boot up. So I think that'll be fine. Let me grab a few more of the soil extractors. I'm gonna grab 4 more of those, in fact. Because I'm gonna want 1 for the Moondrop 2 breeding setup. And then we'll go ahead and we'll get the breeding setup for Moondrop 2 figured out. And then the next question is seaweed. Trits need seaweed. Do we want to build a big central seaweed thing? Maybe. I think because I have so much space in this base, it's so spread out, it's very easy for me to just, like, not bother with tier 2 things and upgrades and, you know, we just build 50 of a building, but they're spread out in 6 different builds, and that's way less bothersome than if it was one big central build, right? But it is kind of a mess. And it probably does make sense as we move forward to keep centralizing more of these things. And like in places where stuff is working, we don't necessarily have to rip it out. I ripped out Moondrops because I knew that we had, oh, whoops. Oh. I was like, how did this all back up so quickly? And the answer is it didn't. Alright, this is going to take a little while to all kind of back up. Let that turn on. And let's figure out the Moondrop breeder for Moondrop 2s. So Moondrop 2 breeding program here. And this one will run this recipe. And this will do Moondrop Seeds Mark II. Maybe I want to connect these by belts. Maybe it'll be a little bit cleaner. Maybe I want to do this up top, actually. So if I do it up here, it's easier to sort of route the seeds and stuff to where they need to go. Alright, it's ad break o'clock. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. So when we come back from that ad break, we'll finish figuring out how we want to route all this Moondrop 2 stuff, and how we want to make sure that the, like, Moondrop 1 seeds and things that it outputs are properly prioritized into the system so that this doesn't back up. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll get that Moondrop 2 breeding up and running. All right, thanks for sticking around through the ad. I do appreciate it. I'm gonna take some Moondrop modules. Oh, thanks, bots. Not really what I wanted you to do. Okay. Let's figure out what we need to get here. So this, the Moondrop Mark IIs that come out of this need to be fed right into here. So that is, I think, just over 1. Don't think I need to get anything out in between them. And then any Moondrop Mark II seeds will also be fed right into this guy. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. What I want is that any Moondrop Mark IIs that come out of this or out of this prioritize to making more seeds before they... Maybe we don't do direct insertion with this at all. Maybe we do these as kind of slightly separate builds everywhere. All right. So first, this needs Moondrop seeds and Moondrops. Cool. We can do that. Let's put that there. And let's grab Moondrop seeds here. And let's grab Moondrops off of here. All right, Moondrop seeds and Moondrops. We'll just bring that right over to this thing. And it brings those both in at fairly low rates. There. This also needs soil and fertilizer. Soil, we can, I think, insert directly because this doesn't need soil and this doesn't need soil. So yeah, we'll do direct insertion on the soil. That's fine. And then hook up water. Really? How about here? Okay. Soil, and that leaves fertilizer. And this also needs fertilizer and ash, so we will get those from here. All right, fertilizer and ash there, and over to here. All right. So this guy is going to output some combination of Moondrops and Moondrop Mark IIs. And we want to make sure that any Moondrops it outputs are appropriately removed from the system. This guy only outputs Moondrop Mark IIs. Okay. So, yeah, one of these is fine. That's our output. We will filter out the Mark 1s. And they will come right down here. And will be prioritized to leave the whole system. I'm fine with that. And that's that whole setup. The Mark IIs coming out of here need to be merged with the Mark IIs coming out of here. Sure. I'll put priority left. To the right is spare Mark IIs. That's our output. So that is just a shed. To the left is this guy. Oh, look at that. I put it in the right place even. Moondrop Seed Mark IIs. All right, and this can output a bunch of different stuff. Of course it can. I'm going to use some filtered inserters here. So, Mark II Moondrops get put back into the loop. And they'll be prioritized because of how we're side loading here, so that'll work out fine. The Mark II seeds need to be put directly into that guy. Oh, this can actually make 0.6 seeds a second, so that's fine. This will only use 0.25 of them. And then Mark I Moondrops need to be brought out to, like, leave the whole thing again. So that'll be, like, here. Yeah, Mark I Moondrops out, around, and down to there. And I think that should work. Other than maybe needing to redo this so that these are a single-sided belt feeding in all of this, I think this is fine. Maybe I should do that. Because I've had issues with that in the past where things can back up if... I could solve it with a lane balancer, but this is a tight space. So instead of trying to solve it with a lane balancer, we're just going to do the good old one-sided belt. One-sided belt. There we go. And that should properly, yeah, flush all of the moondrops out of here before any are pulled from here, which is what we want. All right, I think... Yeah, this doesn't have seeds yet, because this doesn't have moondrops yet. We need to get hydrogen in. And the decal in. Of course. Why is that? Oh. Okay. That just leaves hydrogen. Of course. Okay. So we should see this thing start trying. But it's going to take quite a while before I think it actually makes a Mark II moondrop, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'd like to see, you know, the rest of this system actually activate itself, but it's fine if it doesn't. It can just run in the background, and oh, nope, we are missing one thing. Uh-huh. Glad I checked. This can also output tier 1 seeds. So down here, we need to split out seeds. On the right side. Again, input priority is left. Alright, that should do what we need. And then the seeds will come in here, moondrops will come in here, and it'll all end up down here. Let's make sure we're good there. I think we are. Drop off the fertilizer, drop off the ash, drop off seeds. Everything here is green, everything here is green, all the machines are running. We expect the soil to be backed up right now because we're running these on an earlier recipe and only on Mark I moondrops. But I think we're good. And science has figured itself out again, which is also excellent. Oh, this stopped. Oh, because one soil washer is apparently not enough for how much soil this thing needs per second. Oh yeah, this will run 2 of those. Yikes. Okay. Maybe I want one more soil extractor, and that sounds like work. Cool. But this whole thing is now capable of making a decent number of moondrops per second. What can it do in its current state using Moondrop Mark 1s? YAFC tells me that it will produce 1.8 moondrops a second. And when we have it fully upgraded to the new recipe and Moondrop Mark IIs everywhere, we will be at 8.7 moondrops a second. So 4.5 times our moondrops from the 2 upgrades. And then even more if we switch over to, I guess, Greenhouse Mark IIs and Nursery Mark IIs. We can get this thing up to just bonkers amounts of moondrops. But that will also require red belts in a couple of places. Yeah. So, probably not that. At least not in the immediate time frame. Okay, I think we're ready to do... Well, here's the question. We just did this nice new central moondrop build. Do we need to do the same for... Oh, I have so much more seaweed scattered everywhere. Like... This is seaweed just for fertilizer, and it's seaweed 2 as well, which is... I have so much seaweed. Alright, we might not centralize seaweed, at least not today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Yeah, we've got like half a dozen seaweed builds, most of which are seaweed 2. They are all using seaweed module 1s, though, which is... I think part of the problem. Yeah, this is also seaweed 2. Because I have seaweed 3 shortly, which adds fertilizer and slaked lime. And of course, the better seaweed modules. So, yeah. We could end up looking for centralizing seaweed sometime soon as well. I don't know if it's necessary right now. When I was looking at Trits, I realized how big a part of the build Moondrops was going to be. And if we go back to YAFC, how big is the seaweed for Trits? This is the question. It's 4 machines. Okay. I'm less upset about that than I am about, than I was about the Moondrops. Because the Moondrops, I was like, I really need to use one of the more complex recipes to keep the number of buildings down, but then it brings in too many inputs, and that's why I decided it was time to centralize Moondrops. It will probably be time to refactor and centralize seaweed eventually, but like, we need to bring in salt water anyway, we can make CO2 for free, and limestone comes out of the ground. So using seaweed 2 is not that bad in the Trit build. So I think we're ready to do this. Let's shopping list, export to a blueprint, and let's go build Trits. Where did I just put that chest? All right, let's grab some of these guys. I think everything else we're going to want is from the main base. We should have a bunch of seaweed in storage because it accumulates as I landfill things. So hopefully we can just grab all the seaweed modules we need. If not, we'll figure it out. But how many are en route? Yeah, 40. In storage, 658. Yeah, not a problem. Oh, and we need to run down to the creature chamber and grab however many trip modules we actually ended up with. We don't actually need the extra pump. I keep pumps as part of my normal, like, inventory. Anything else I can get rid of? We could probably get rid of some of the copper plate in here. Yeah. Like that. Silver I should drop off someplace useful. Same with the silicon. I don't want to just throw that into logistic storage because that's kind of wasteful. Automation science packs, though, I don't care about. Those are cheap. But right now, 24 silicon pieces is rather expensive to me. So we will hold on to those. I'm not entirely sure what causes that train has unexpectedly returned to the depot error. I think it might just mean that I don't have enough depot slots and things are getting confused. But I'm not 100% sure. We're still waiting for this wood processing unit. There it is. Alright, bots, you're gonna have to try to keep up with me while I wander around the base to grab the Trits themselves, which are gonna be down here. I guess I should make this output chest a provider chest. That would let the bots deliver things to me. So I guess we should do Trits right over here, right next to where we did Moondrops. We've got the land for it. We've got space for stations. I see no reason not to do these as one build. Products finished 0. Well, some year we will start to get some Moondrop Mark IIs, and once they start, they'll, go faster. And then the first 32 that we get obviously go into these two machines. Okay, so for the Trits, what do we need to bring in? We're bringing in salt water, we're bringing in a few solid outs. Oh, we actually have 4 stations for Trits. We have a second output station. Oh. That's fine. We'll put up a second station line next to it, and we'll figure out. We'll find a use for the other slots with something else that we build. That's fine. So let's do the solid drop off first, I guess. I guess the other thing I could do, if I was feeling like I really wanted to conserve station real estate, which is not a thing that I really feel, is I could do the saltwater inn up here. but I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, so 0.5% chance of a Moondrop Mark II means that we expect this thing to need 200 crafts before it outputs our first Mark II Moondrop. Think there is a... Yeah, there is one for, I think, Moondrop Mark IIs. They're in here somewhere. Yeah, Moondrop Mark IIs. One. I'm not sure why those are hidden. Like, why they don't show up here. I don't totally know how this actually works, obviously. Because I don't see any difference in the configuration between Moondrop and Moondrop Mark II here. Either way, yeah, this is okay, by the way, that we only pull through, like, 2 of these. I don't think all 4 can run with the current, number of who's-a-whats. Okay. So, what's our input here for the Trits? Sea Sponge, Filtration Media, Log, and Moondrop. Okay. Oh, and we might have to expand our Sea Sponge build as well. Right, that's those inputs. Those are all very low quantity. I think we could probably get away with just doing the saw, like, there. To log. Do all the logs go direct to seeds? They do, but it goes into 2 factories to do it. That's too bad. So 2 factories. Getting this all as close together as I can here. Oh, and those are only 1 each. Okay. All right, so that's tree seeds. And then we also need moondrops coming out, which I will do right here. Okay. So that's 2 of our things. And then I guess I'll put sea sponge and filtration media next to each other. Sure, doesn't really matter. Okay. So, those 4 things feed into... Oh, and we also need the seaweed. I don't have seaweed yet. That's important. We'll bring in the seaweed, I think, on the other side. That's fine. We'll do the reproductive complexes here. 1, 2. These are going to do the trit cubs. Nope. Let's free up a couple of those. So what is missing here? Saline water that we still need to bring in. Yep. The trits as an input. And the seaweed that we need to figure out. Okay. So trits and seaweed are going to come in on a belt along the bottom. So we'll have an output here. And then one other input. Those are in. There we go. That is fine-ish. Fine enough, anyway. So, sorry, this is output. This is input. So this is going to have trits on, or the trit cubs on one side of it, and it needs to merge with seaweed. And that'll come out to... Oh, these are cool! These guys. How wide are these? Just exactly the most obnoxiously wrong width they could possibly be. I love you, Pyanodons. Because, yeah. Alright. We're doing that. I don't like it, but it's what we're doing. All right, that is 16 of those guys. Which I think... Oh, I'm out of electric poles. Jeez. I was going to say, I think is all I need. I guess... I mean, each of these is so slow, right? It's... So we could skip power poles on the bottom, probably. And just use these. Okay. Yeah, we're just waiting for logs and moondrops, and that might even be our moondrop delivery, or that might be going to Cotton Guts. Hard to know at the moment. Doesn't really matter. And then... Oh, I lied. I do need power. Because I need to be able to output. So our output is going to come back this way, because we're going to have to route it around and prioritize some of the trits going back into here versus... Oh, that doesn't... Really? I'm trying to pull them out so they don't keep getting put back in by my bots. And, yeah. Alright, let's run back to base. Let's get power poles, let's get belts, let's get inserters, and then we'll get the... We'll get the seaweed figured out over at Trits, and we'll... I think the seaweed is kind of the last thing, other than just letting the build actually finish. Oh, the bots are still... The bots still think they're bringing me 1,300 belts? That'll be funny. Oh, nope, they're bouncing off. They're not actually delivering them. That's fine. All right, I've got electric poles. I've got all the things that I actually needed, right? Do we have enough landfill to keep going? For sure. And cool, we're slowly working our way through this. We have fine electronics done, which means that we can do optical fiber and all of that stuff. That was kind of the last, well, besides the electronics tech itself, pretty much the last missing piece. All right, I'm just going to have to go through here, and I'm going to have to keep taking these modules out because the bots are going to keep dropping them off. All right, and we're only going to run one of these to start with. So we'll do that, and we will put the module in. Actually, maybe we should run... I mean, I guess we can run like 3 of them. Off of one here. Okay. Let's get all of this figured out down here. So we're going to have seaweed that gets split. And then that needs to merge with... Let's do it here. This that gets split. Okay. So our grown trits come down here. They're prioritized to go back through the loop for breeding, which we should actually do in this one. Here, we'll do kind of all that. Not that it matters, but... And then this will be seaweed in for everything. So let's get the seaweed built. That's just 4 seaweed farms. Seaweed 2. And yeah, 1 moondrop farm for the CO2. And then we're going to have a wastewater output, which we'll need to figure out how we're actually routing it and getting the urea out. Which I think is actually going to come out that end. For now, how do I want to deal with the saline water input? And where do I want to route all of that? Let's get that station in place at least. There. Oakley dokleys. And just one fluid in, so it's easy. Alright. And that'll need to come down here somehow. And maybe I want to do, like, this kind of deal. And then we can go, like, up here. That's not awful. Question is just, how do we do it? I mean... make things a little not quite tiled with the power there, but that's okay. Do I not have... oh. Shoot. I got rid of this request because I didn't want the bots to bring me duplicate items. And then my auto trash got rid of the seaweed that I need to actually start this up. We'll figure that out in a second. All right, we got our first moon drops. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So I want to turn these off here. Well, those ones are already all the way through, so it doesn't matter. It's the bottom one that matters more. All right, so we just need the seaweed, the saline water. Oh yeah, I need to hook that up for these as well. And they also have a wastewater out. Okay, I'll need to route that up somehow. We'll figure that out. Actually, you know what? If I flip these vertically, we can do the wastewater here. And then pull the saline water up. All right, this still needs a delivery of logs. I would really need to think about my logs at some point. I know that I have been putting off upgrading them for a while, and it may have finally really become a problem. Because I had a build yesterday that was also kind of log limited. Now, limestone in, and then... how much limestone do these need? Very small amounts. Okay. How many limestone machines do we have? Just one. Okay. I like just one. Do we have a good spot to pull water out, though? Over here somewhere. That's also fine. other than no logs, I think this is basically ready. We're going to start making seaweed shortly, and that'll go in. And then, yeah, we're going to have... Yeah, this will be the Trits out, which will get merged with seaweed. And then we have... Or, sorry, the Trit cubs out, which gets merged with seaweed. And that'll bring in seaweed and Trit cubs to these guys. And then coming the other direction, we have the Trits out, which get merged with seaweed, and bring Trits and seaweed to these ones. And then this is our actual output. Which we'll need to route somewhere. Okay. So I think that whole part is fine. We're just waiting for trees. So, are these actually running? These are. These are not my most efficient log build. But they do run. And then I have another one somewhere here. Yeah, this was the new log build that I made, which is apparently still not enough. So, we might need another, like, copy of this whole build, or I might need... I mean, I can upgrade to tree 2s, right? I'm not using tree module 2s. But, I mean, we're already pulling a lot of ash, even without tree 2s, right? So... Not really sure. All right, it is ad break o'clock. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. When we come back, hopefully we will have gotten a delivery of logs for the Trits, and if not, we'll go around debugging wood, I guess. But once these start running, we'll be able to hopefully get the rest of the modules in and get it bootstrapped relatively quickly, and then we'll move on to Red Science. So, yeah, see everyone after the break. Get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human. See you soon. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. Yes, I had I had two realizations during the ad break. One of them was that I needed slightly more than two of these. It's like 2.1. So I readjusted these, made space for the third one here. And the other realization was this, which is that, where I put these is very much in the way of everything else. So we're gonna move them. We're gonna take all of this, and we're gonna transplant it up here. And we're gonna do something like that. And that'll just make sure that we can still run another downward-facing train thingy there. And then we just kind of need to figure out how we're going to route the seaweed back down and in. I have some ideas. It might be awful, but it'll work. And by awful ideas, I mean it'll squeeze right in here. There we go. That is, well, I don't know if perfect is right word, but it is functional. All right, well, I think wood is remaining our limiting factor, which is just not an ideal situation. Can I do anything to upgrade these logs? I'd have to bring in ash, basically. Well, yeah, maybe. So, like, this is the build that doesn't need ash, so I can certainly copy and paste this one around. It takes up a lot of space. It's not a super compact build. But it is, well, it could be fully self-contained. I can, right now it pulls CO2 from the base, but I could absolutely make it not and just use Moondrop CO2. So if I wanted to get more logs going, it would be this one. Unless I have another, like, log recipe upgrade that I... Yeah, this is the best one right now. 8 logs per 15 seconds. And then this one is worse. Oh, these are turd recipes. And then, yeah, wood processing 3 gives us logs with wastewater or fertilizer. Look at that, 8 logs. This would be a great recipe. But we're not there yet. Hmm. Oh, I see. I see what I did wrong here. And if I check these are going to be like not fully backed up, but like, well, actually. Yes. Okay. Okay. I made a mistake and this is why I'm out of wood. So, I set this up specifically so that it could output raw fiber. And because I didn't want the raw fiber to be blocked on fiber or biomass, I specifically, quite intentionally, said that these should be higher priority stations. These are used whenever they're available. And that will ensure that this system never backs up making fiber. But then I also went and I overflow the fiber into raw fiber and biomass. And what that means is that this is just constantly sucking down my logs and converting it into fiber and biomass. And we're never using the dedicated fiber builds over here. So I think what I want to do, let's head down there and fix it, is I am just going to disconnect that overflow. And what that should do is mean that we'll still prefer whatever fiber and biomass is produced as a byproduct of making the raw fiber, but we're not going to be constantly converting the excess raw fiber into, that was too far south, into biomass and fiber, and that means that this will stop sucking down all of my wood. Literally just that. I mean, we'll take it apart, but that's it. Now, this is going to take a little while to catch back up, obviously, but it should, quote-unquote should, unblock a bunch of the fiber, should stop sucking down all of my logs now. But it'll be hard to tell until there's been time for everything to kind of restabilize and for logs to get produced. So why do I have blue inserters feeding yellow inserters? That's silly. But I'm not, well, I guess I'm right here. I was going to say, I'm not going to go mess around changing it, but and it also seems like this is consistently getting ash now, which is fantastic. This is set up so it will actually turn itself off from using ash if there's no ash available. But I don't think that's been a problem for a while. All right, well, I don't think there's much else I can do about the Trits build until we see logs kind of finally get delivered. I think we have to wait for it all to sort of sort itself out. We're still waiting for our first... How many crafts? Oh, only 75. Okay. I should really fix this. Yeah, we need 3 of these to run this thing. So let's get a couple more soil extractors. Why do I have 8 ball mills? Oh, right, because I just took them apart. And an evaporator because I didn't finish Trits. Let's do that before I forget. So here we've got... Yeah, our... Trits output, our saltwater input. So we need to just convert the wastewater to urea and get that output is the last thing that I think I missed. Will this go here? Yes, it will. And byproduct output gets high priority. Done. All right, now we're done with the Trits build. And I guess the last thing I will do while I'm over here is drop 1 more radar because we need it. Okay, so like I was saying, let's go back to base. Let's grab these soil extractors. We can turn always trash back on because I don't need any more of the moss. Oh, we have 100 logs in our inventory. We actually have more than that. Turn it on by hand. Okay. That should at least get it sort of going. Oh, and then I guess the other thing we can do is we can grab the slaughterhouses while we're there. And we'll get that set up for Trits down at centralized animal management, as I like to call it. Yeah, this hasn't gotten a delivery yet, which is fine. Like I said, it's going to take a little while for, I think, logs to kind of catch up to where we're at here. This might have switched recipes on me briefly. That does happen sometime. Hopefully it's got stone on the way already. Oh, yep, there we go. Cool. Just waiting for the soil extractors. Cool. And we might not... Well, we should have those. There they are. What? How else are we doing on our requests? We've got most of what we need. I'm not too worried about it. We're just fixing a couple of small things. I think we're good. All right. Do I say Trits are done? Yeah, let's say Trits are done. The build is done. I do still need to go set up the Trit rendering. All right, that should get this thing running more quickly. And then... I mean, that was it, right? There's really nothing for me to do over here. Yeah, these are, well, 2 of them are running. Yeah, 1 Trit makes 2 Trit cubs. So... this system is gonna, loop for a little while. Oh, and we did finally get a delivery of logs. Excellent. All right. So I think we could just leave this system to its own devices. Obviously, it would be good to get some of the extra Trits pushed up to more of these machines. The more of these we get running, the faster it goes. But we can ignore that for a little while they just kind of grow. So with Trits done, I do want to go set up Trit rendering still, which will be way at the bottom of the base. And then once Trit rendering is set up, I think we're at, yeah, PCB substrate 2, and then we've got silicon carbide and nickel silicon, optical fiber, and then everything else is waiting for the electronic stage 2 tech. Here we go. Let's... Ugh, what a mess. Okay. We'll do it down here. Alright, so that's going to request Trits. Here we need to have... output for the photophores, because that's what we actually want Trits for. Hey, Moondrop Mark IIs. Beautiful. Now we just need, like, 3,000 more of them. And then let's find... I guess I'll duplicate what I'm doing with the signaling from Shells, because I know Shells is right. Yeah, you... And you don't want Shells, you want photophores. And you're going to output Trits on red. All right. So we should have a Trits signal now. Yes. That says, hey, we need more Trits to be erased from existence. Do Trits need cages? That's a question. No. Cool. That always makes things a little bit easier. Switch all of these over to the Trits signal. Oh, shoot, what's this? This is Arcod Venom. Why did I do it this way? God, what is wrong with me? Okay. So Trits coming in here. How many of these per second can we do? 0.18. Okay, so that's like literally one inserter of Trits. All right, so all these should be enabled now. Yep. And then on the output, we're going to have blood, obviously, and then we're going to have everything else that needs to get merged up with everything else. Which, to be honest, this belt is getting kind of full. How many items in total are we dealing with from this? .9 items a second. Okay. So we can use... Oh, I've got gray inserters here, but it's actually 2 gray inserters worth of stuff from every trit. And then that can merge... Got this belt coming up, and this belt ends up on the left-hand side, left-hand side. The right-hand side is really? It's just entirely these guys? Wow. They also output a lot of stuff, don't they? Cool. That's fine. I mean, quote-unquote fine, such as it is. The belts around here are probably the first ones that I should really think about upgrading to red belts, because this area is kind of a disaster. Blood is up there. All right, let's get this merged in with the rest of the blood. And I do already have a blood void set up, so if this overfills blood, that is fine. Oh, it's this. Okay. Yeah, I'll need to change this from requesting augs to requesting trits when we need lard, because I think trits are a better source of lard. Of course, we'll need a photophore void if we want to do that, and we can compost them, and that's it. All right. So we might just have to set up a little photophore composter if we decide that we want to enable trits specifically as a lard provider. But they're going to start running for photophores pretty much immediately, right? Because we're going to need lots of photophores before things will turn on. And each trit only makes, what? 2 photophores? Yeah. All right. Let's start working then on... Oh, I guess I've got the PCB substrate stuff, so let's go do PCB substrate 2. How are trits doing up here? Stuff running? Oh, yep, they're just about to finish their first. And then all of those are going to get looped around right now, which is fine. Is it fine? Do I want to grab those out and put them in, like, modules for a couple more of these? Yeah, I don't care. Just let them run in the background. We've got a couple of hours for them to run. It'll be fine. They'll catch up. Because, yeah, electronics is going to take another hour and a half anyway. And then we still have builds to do on top of that, so... All right, so for PCB Substrate 2, it's really just bringing in a bunch of crap, isn't it? I guess the question is, do I want to put phenolic board? No, we don't need phenolic board, looking at YAFC, until Pi Science 3 sometime. Like, if we need something in Blue Science, then I'll split it out. Like, if we're going to need it in the next couple of dozen hours. Otherwise, I won't. Yeah, we just need... Just need the one PCB factory and pulp mill. Why do I have so many of them? I must have had my YAFC ratios messed up at some point. That is the only thing I can think of. All right, if I make this... here, is it going to fit past this? It is. Excellent. I've managed to keep this, like, electronics build area, like, perfectly aligned. And it makes me really happy. And if I have to, I will absolutely change this build down here so that we can fit the right stations around this. But I think we're going to be good. So it looks like for PCB substrate, we've just got, like... I mean, we need to bring in 6 items, which is a lot. Oh, do I have fiberboard somewhere? Am I making that centralized? Yes. Yes, I am. Cool. I did that so long ago, I forgot. So... let's bring in solid drop-off first. And we're going to change this one out for a deposit. Because we have more than 4 items to request. Let's get fiberboard, Bakelite, sodium hydroxide, copper plate, tin plate, and nylon parts. And then we're also going to need etching solution and ammonia. Okay. So we're going to have a pulp mill and a PCB factory. Pulp mill and PCB factory. Pulp mill is going to make phenolic boards. That's like what? 1.66 plus 1.33 is 3 items a second. All right, here. Enjoy. And then this will do printed substrate tier 2, which is 2 items a second. Plus these guys. And then that's it. PCB's out. That feels too easy. But it appears to be correct. So, solid pickup. Oh, that was wrong. This side. Alright, and we have a train that can't get where it wants to go, probably because... that? Will my trains be less confused now? Oh, nope, not quite. Now the trains will be less confused. Okay. Please? Yes. Alright, PCB substrate done. I actually want to start optic fiber before I do the nickel silicon and the silicon carbide, because I think that it's going to take some shenanigans. So let's go back to YAFC. Printed circuit substrate is done. So the optical fiber, we've got to do the glass core up at 3 silver to 2 glass core. Jeez Louise. Silver is absolutely going to be our limiting factor. But yeah, we need to bring in silver and sulfur. And then we'll hook this up to the rest of our existing Glassworks setup. So we just will have one Glassworks running this. So let's get rid of this stuff. Turn back on trash. Get rid of these things. Oh, I can drop off all of this silicon. We should have Bakelite that's ready to go, right? No, we don't have Bakelite yet because we need the formaldehyde recipe to unlock from Electronics 2. Okay. So this won't even fully turn on yet. That's fine. Okay, let's grab a glassworks. Unless I can just make one. I cannot. And we'll set up the request or the provider for the glass core. And then other parts of this, I don't know if we want to try to do this. It might make sense to just do this all kind of in a row, right? We'll have cladded core, copper cladding, Kevlar coating, iron niobium, right? It's like, it's layered. Photophore spoil. Cool. Okay. Well, let's handle that then before I forget. Is we need to handle getting biocrud out of the photophore production. What is this, by the way? Oh. Did I never finish converting this over to run on methane from the system? Yeah, I never did. Oops. I got halfway through. I got rid of the local methane here, but I never got it hooked up to the global methane once I had global methane set up. And not quite. All right. Let's do... All right. Does this already have its methane delivery en route? Yes. Beautiful. Not that I think this is going to be hugely... Yeah, I mean, we could use the cyanic acid, so... And this no longer needs to overflow here. Yeah. Because we no longer are making methane on site, so we don't need the hydrogen for the moondrops on site. How is this looking, by the way? Oh, it's done. It is full up on methane. Beautiful. But yeah, if that cyanic acid ever actually runs dry, then my whole, like, Waller synthesis loop breaks, I think. So that would be good to have not happen. Okay, so I need to do this setup the same as I'm doing this one. Let's just grab all of this. And we're going to replace what's here, and then I'll have to relabel everything to be different again. But... Ah, I see. That's supposed to go like like that. Okay. And then here, yeah, output trits. All of this needs to be photophores, and decider combinator. If photophores are low, output trits. Don't need that one. Okay. And then this needs to go up to wherever that is. I think that's right now. So we're still... Yeah, we're still requesting trits from photophores being low. Yep. And then, oh, these need to be filtered. Change the filters on these. There. Beautiful. And decay priority actually should be fresh first. I think that's what I want. And then we also need this logic for voiding. We don't right now. If we start to slaughter trits for other things, then yes, we'll need to configure that to be able to void. But that's not a right now problem. That is a future Brandon problem. And creating problems for future me is an important part of what we do here. Okay, so we should be getting a glassworks. We'll dump... I hate to dump all this fertilizer. Fertilizer's expensive. Same with moondrops, actually. Let's go up to the moondrop factory and just drop off all this fertilizer and stuff up there where it'll get used. It's all left over from ripping out moondrops from other parts of the base anyway. So this is as good a place as any for it to get dropped off. And then the moondrops go in the output. Yep. Cool, that should be fine. Oh, it takes 4 of these before this can even run once. Oh. I didn't even process that. And then this needs 5. See, okay, this is going to take forever. How are these guys doing? We're starting to accumulate a couple of spares. I think we've got enough moondrops and enough wood coming through now to kind of just let that run. I don't need to keep babysitting that. This I want to babysit, because I don't want the trick cubs to, like, go all the way down and just be sitting at the end where they're not going to get used until I'm ready for the system to actually, like, fully loop and back up. But with, yeah, 7 out of 8 of these, can actually make it 8. Yeah, with half of these running now, they should, well, go quite a bit faster. And it's about 1 of these to 8 of these. So this is just running at half capacity at this point. All right, decent. I'll call that progress. We still need this glassworks. So back to that. And then we're going to have to figure out silver. And I really don't know what I'm going to do about silver. Silver is going to be a problem. We can do a whole second lead build just for silver, and that might be what we need to do. It's just that right now, even if you dedicate a whole belt of input to silver, we're still getting a fraction. Well, we don't need all of the silver immediately, right? Because we're not going to have full demand for, like, everything. But it's just a matter of making sure that we have enough silver production that it can get, like, where it needs to go to turn most of everything on. That's sulfuric acid. Where do I actually make sulfur? Do I not? I got this one thing that's like extract sulfur from acid gas, and it's up in my base. Cool, we don't have sulfur. Alright, let's figure out sulfur. Because we're gonna need it for the glass core here. So, like, I could just drop a sulfur mine, huh? How many sulfur mines do we need? Just one. It runs off of any liquid fuel. Okay. Let's do a sulfur mine, then. I have sulfur veins everywhere. What do I need? I need a DDC in my life, or a bunch of iron plates, and then it'll make me a DDC in my inventory. Cool, sulfur mine. Now I just have to choose which sulfur vein I want to drop this next to. This one's funny, because I already worked around it once. Although there's one up here. I need 2 station slots nearby, or the ability to make 2 station slots, because I need one for the fuel in and one for the sulfur itself out. Oh, we already have fuel in here that we're using for whatever this is, Nexalit. So if I took this one and then just belted the sulfur right up here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just go down there and do it, because we already have a fuel station in. So that that simplifies the build a little bit. Okay, it is ad break o'clock. When we come back from the ad break, we'll get the sulfur mine set up, and we'll get the glassworks set up for optical fiber. And then we'll figure out what the rest of the optical fiber build needs to look like on top of that stuff. See everybody in a few minutes. I'm going to get some water and stretch my legs. I recommend everyone else do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back from the ad, everybody. I appreciate you hanging around during the break. Let's head down to where we were talking about doing the sulfur, which is, a little bit further. Down here. Right here, in fact. So 2 a second. All right. That fits on a single half of a belt, which is fine. And of course I put it exactly there. And then the other thing we need to do is fuel, which comes from here. Will that reach through there? Oh, it will. Beautiful. Well, again, beautiful is maybe not the right word, but... Cool. That is sulfur. I'm amazed that I have not needed sulfur in the form of sulfur yet for so long that I've been able to get away with that. But apparently that is the case. All right, so this is going to bring in now... Yeah, we have just enough space here for this. Have sulfur, and silver, another thing that wants silver. Oof. And then up here is where we're gonna have to figure out optical sets. Ooh, and of course that's funky. Oh, we can't hook up the molten glass if we do that, though. Okay. Let's not do it that way, then. I think we're going to have to just reroute those particular... these things. We'll figure out where they need to go in a moment. Okay, so this will need to bring in its stuff. This goes here. This comes up here. I don't even know what to do with these. Guess I can put them in the output here, so it'll stack them up again. There we go. This will come, I guess, up this way. I think that'll work. Oh, I didn't actually power this. Obviously, this is an overkill number of inserters for what we're doing here. I don't care. I don't love this. There is no universe in which I love this. But we'll make it work. Now we just have to figure out the output, which is gonna be more interesting. Right, I decided I could fit it down here. Just barely, but yes. And then... Oh. Alright. It's snug. But... there it is. This build was obviously not really intended for more we're running out of space here. Well, not really. We have all this space up here, but that would require like reorganizing this. Yeah, so this is just going to need sulfur now, and it can start spitting out some of the glass core. Sulfur should be delivered... oh, now. Cool. So that will be glass core. And then I still am going to have to spend some time thinking about silver. But that's fine. So the rest of this... Cladding isn't used. Cladded core is used for magnetic cores. Copper coating, not used yet. Kevlar coating, not used yet. Not used yet. And you're used in a bunch of stuff. All right. So we might want to make the cladded core separately. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, and this needs niobium complex, which I don't think I'm putting on rails right now. So... I think we do that first. I think we go ahead and we need to get niobium complex on rails. So let's take a look at how our niobium processing is happening. That is niobium processing. All right. So yeah, we just need to get that on rails. I think I can probably build another couple of stations here and just route a pipe over, because I don't see any other really good options. Yeah, I don't see any other really good options. So I think that is what we're going to want to do, is route another rail up here and get the niobium complex out that way. Oop. And Roboport. Don't actually take that away, please. Okay, well, and now it's been disassembled, so... Don't want that. We do want one Roboport, please. Wait, or are we in the construction zone, but not in the... No, we're not in any zone. Well, whatever. We'll get it rebuilt, but we're going to have to reroute this track a little bit. Probably not quite that much. All right, well, that's super ugly, but it will work, and that is what matters. Oh, of course. Let's... How far over does this need to move? Not very. Here, let's turn that off. I'm just going to let this drain down. And then the next question is, are those ones going to be in the way? And not really, but kind of. But, like, I can't even do one of these, right? Yeah, so I do have to move these ones at least. Oops. That stays. But I don't have to move the upper ones, I don't think. So yeah, we're gonna let these guys drain their niobium in. And then once they're drained, we'll reorganize this just a little bit to make the space for the come on, finish up. There it goes. Okay. Oh, right. This was changed. That's why it's a little weird. Okay, so that should all be fine now. So this goes up to... And I really should... it's fine. I don't think we're going to have room for all 6 stations here, but that is fine. Let's grab a fluid pickup. Can do it a little high. There we go. Actually, since we aren't going to do a 3rd station up top, we can just put this, like, up here, where it belongs. And then this will just overflow down. Cool. That will work. That's niobium complex. Basically, whenever we're not actively demanding niobium plates, we'll be slowly accumulating it in here for use when we need it. Beautiful. So that then feeds into... Yeah, we need a chemical plant and an automated factory to do the cladding and the cladded core. And maybe I'll just do that up here, since I just put a bunch of stations in place. And then the optical fiber we will do down in electronics land. Okay, I like that plan. So we need a chemical plant and an automated factory. And how are Trits doing? We have a couple of them accumulated here. I guess we need like 10 of them to be buffered down here, right? And we've got like 8 of them. Once we have 10 of them buffered, we can put 2 in here, the other 8 of these, and turn them on full speed. I like that one Trits cub turns into 2 full-grown Trits. I'm not sure how that works. I'm not sure I want to think about how that works. Okay. Yeah, this is just still buffering here. Yeah. So shortly we should get to the point where we're just putting all of the niobium complex down into these tanks, and that'll accumulate more of it more quickly. All right, let's grab the buildings we need. Let's get the cladded core build going. All right, apparently Lab and Roboport are both coming from storage. Let's head down towards storage. Cool. I don't think we need to wait around for much else. How are we doing on, like, power poles, pipes? Yeah, we need a few of all those things, but we don't need a lot. Not going to worry about it. Go put this Roboport back where it belongs. Not that I think we really need this Roboport coverage here, but whatever. It's there for... why? I think at one point I had bots doing something up here for me. Like, as part of... I don't remember. So I think that's what it was. But I don't remember for sure. All right, fluid drop off. Solid drop off. And solid pickup. And that will be... cladded core. All right. Our input is nitrobenzene and niobium complex, so we have 2 fluids. Hopefully nitrobenzene has been accumulating since we made it. I'm going to be sad if I find out that nitrobenzene has been broken for the past God knows how many hours. Okay, so that's the fluids in. Solid in is glass, aramid fiber, and the glass core. It's so cool and so satisfying to see all the stuff I've been working on, like all these little sub-factories for the past dozen hours, like starting to turn on and be used. Yeah, we got plenty of nitrobenzene. Excellent. I'm going to assume the same is true for aramid fiber. Aramid fiber stopped. Because it doesn't have molybdenum? Oh. Is that... That might be a... engineering failure on my part. Is this set up as a void? This is. Okay. So I need to put the void tag on that gravel output. Do I have what I need for that? Decider combinator... Constant combinators. Yes, I do. Okay. We'll have to go fix that. We may as well go fix that now. Because this is not going to be able to be fully built yet anyway. Or it's not going to turn on, rather. We're still waiting for a bunch of inputs. So way down here. Way down in, like, the furthest corner of the base. Jeez. Come on. Wonder how long this has been broken for. All right. So let's grab... Where do I have a void? Greater than... I don't know, 20,000? There we go. That'll start getting gravel out of here and into the actual void network. There's probably other places where I need to do that as well. Where I have reconfigured something as a void and then have been forgetting to label it as a void in things that generate it. So we will almost certainly find other backups like that in the base. Okay, so back to where we were. We're waiting on... Okay, we did get one delivery of the aramid fiber at least, so that's good. We got nitrobenzene, excellent. We don't have this yet. That's just going to take a little while before it decides that it can ship it to us, but it will be very soon, actually. Okay, so our first step... This is really just two machines. This is not, like, a complicated build. It's one of those things that takes up more space with its stations than with the... Alright, cladded core. Oh, this needs just, like, everything that's in here. Okay, let's do that. And then... we'll do a couple of those. We'll take our output. which feeds there. Beautiful. And then this needs which part? For the cladding, we need glass plate. So we'll get the glass. How much glass plate does it need? 2.5 per second. Okay, that's actually a decent amount. All right. Oh, beautiful. We've got the cladding out already. All right. That is the whole factory for the cladded core. All it needs is glass core, which is going to be a problem. We'll worry about that later. Oh, it hasn't even turned on once, because this has been... Oh, no, that was fine. That's broken. Not that I expect this to help much. It's going to take quite a bit of silver for us to even get one delivery of the cladded core. So we'll let that run for now. And we can move on to back to YAFC. I mean, drawing the rest of the owl, kind of the... So we need to bring in a whole bunch of stuff. 1 liquid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solids. Okay. And we're going to have our output, and we're also going to have a spoilage output because this has the photophores can decay. So we need to make sure that we deal with the decay output. Oh, excuse me. So let's get... What do we need for this? 3 automated factories and an electrolyzer? Alright. And I guess I could run... I mean, running this at, like, one of these would be silly, right? Maybe not. Maybe I just build it at this scale, even though it's massive, massive overkill. It'll just be limited by cladded core and or photophores, right? But this is kind of the, like, natural machine scale for it, so we'll just build it at that scale. 6 automated factories, 1 electrolyzer. And this will get built down with the rest of the electronics parts, of course. All right. Well, that was easy. Let's make sure we're stocked up on inserters and belts and stuff, just because I know those are going to be... Those are always the things that we start running low on. Good, 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 good. Do we need to wait for the rest of the belts? Not really. I think we're good. Okay. Let's head this way, actually. So we'll go down to the electronics factory area, and we will build up the... build up the optical fiber. And then we have a couple more small things, the silicon carbide and the nickel silicon for MOSFETs. I think those are both for MOSFETs. Yes, they seem to be for MOSFETs. And then after that, like, all of these things, like electrolytic capacitors, medium power resistors, toroidal inductors, are all straightforward. MOSFETs are a big, annoying, complicated build. We're just going to have to deal with that. PCBs are done. Simple circuit ones, we still need to, like, make a chip shooter and put them somewhere. Same with this. We need to make our 2 chip shooters. But each of these can basically just request, well, 12 items. 12 different items is tough, but we'll figure out a way to make that work somehow, and go from there. Because I think even with a deposit, we'd normally would want, like, five different items in a deposit, right? The warehouses that we usually use are 4. We can go up to 5. You can push this to 8 with half full trains. But trying to push it much past that is a lot. So maybe it's 3 warehouses, each with 4 items in it. Do full scale bringing items in for the circuits. Not really sure yet. And then as far as making chip shooters, these need, like, yeah, PCB substrates. Which I do have. Which I don't have? Oh, right, because we're still waiting for... Melamine is waiting for formaldehyde, and formaldehyde is waiting for... the tech to unlock, right? Because I decided that I wanted to use this formaldehyde recipe. I keep being surprised that things are blocked on formaldehyde when I have known for the past 20 hours that things are blocked on formaldehyde. Okay, let's look at optical fiber. So it's bringing in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 solid items. Oh, what a pain. I think I'm gonna do actually 2 input stations for it. Just because we are building it at a slightly larger scale. And it'll be a little bit easier to manage everything if we have 2 input stations. So here we're going to bring in... Yeah, we're going to bring in 3 on each of the 2 stations is how I'm going to do it. So the first one, we will bring in copper plate, the cladded core. And I guess Kevlar. And this one is going to bring in plastic bars. Iron niobium alloy and photophores. Actually, let's put these things that we use a lot of at 2. Yeah. Like that. Okay. Are we making... We're not making iron niobium alloy on rails. Okay, we're only making it down here. So we will want to find a place where we can do that. Probably around here somewhere. We might already have stuff we need for it. No, that's iron nexalate antimony special alloy is here. This is iron chrome. Duralumin. Yeah, no. All right. Yep, I'll have to find a little spot to do the iron niobium alloy. I missed that one. And here, I'm going to do pickup station. And this is going to be for the, any of the spoilage from the photophores. So we'll do up here. All right, and then we'll need another thing here for the rest of this. We're going to have a fluid input and our actual output. Yes. Is... Oh, PCB substrates, which are waiting for Bakelite, which I think is waiting for formaldehyde. Everything's waiting for formaldehyde. Are we doing on this tech? 20 minutes, give or take? Okay. So over on this side, we're going to have saline water input that we need as part of this. And then also I mean, I think that's it. So we got the copper plate. We're going to have the cladded core, which could take a long time to build, given the state of the base right now. What did I... That goes like that. There we go. So that'll feed into the electrolyzer, making copper coating. Yep. Which needs to bring in a couple of items a second. And then this is going to output here. And we'll take those out along with the Kevlar. And those feed into the next step, which is Kevlar coating in a couple of automated factories. So we'll just bend that back on itself. And then that needs to merge with iron niobium alloy. And I think we have basically, whoops, the same thing again, except this time our output is iron niobium coating. Yep. And then all of that merge with the last of this, which is going to be plastic and photophores. This is going to make the optical fiber. Okay. And then at the end here, how do I want to do this? We don't have quite enough space. Darn. Okay, let's just move the whole thing over a little bit then. Cool, that's what I want. So now we're just going to loop this belt, and we'll pull any biocrud off of it. And that goes right up out there. Yes. Cool. So... I don't think we're ever actually going to need a second one of these, so let's not even do it. We're going to need saline water in over here somewhere. Actually, maybe not. Maybe we just grab saline water in. Well, we still have to do our output too, so we may as well do saline water in as a separate station, just so it's isolated from the other stations, right? I was thinking I could just drop the saline water right here, but we do still need to take an output from these. All right, solid pickup right here. It's going to be our output. And we just need the saline water in. Fluid drop-off, which I'll do right here. I think that's it, basically, for the optical fiber build. Obviously, it's missing a couple of things before it'll turn on. We gotta go do the iron niobium alloy, of course. And, well, the cladded core is gonna be its own disaster. Yeah, that ran as many times as it was gonna run, which was, yeah, not even enough to, like, fill up this belt and get to here. So I think we are going to have to do a whole silver build, which I'm not happy about. But we'll do it. Got to do what we got to do. And then maybe I can do it, like, right down here. I think I have the space in this kind of area. There's a bunch of empty space down here. So yeah, maybe we can just do silver, like, here. And that way we'll be able to more easily expand it to when we get better silver processing soon, TM. And then Yeah, we'll go from there, but we'll at least get a little more silver running, and that'll help some of this stuff lurch to life. And the other thing we have to do is the iron niobium alloy. Let's update the tasks, actually. And it is add break a clock. So I'm going to get some water and stretch my legs, and I recommend everyone else do the same. And when we come back, we'll get to work on silver and the iron niobium alloy, and we'll go from there. All right, I will see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Let's make a decision about what we want to do first. Silver or iron niobium alloy? I think the silver first because we just need more silver. So if we look in YAFC, I got this. And this is literally a belt of lead ore into silver. And we're just gonna set this up as a second lead processing line that makes silver plate. And then in the future, when we get better lead and silver processing tech, we might be able to unify lead and silver to like one processing line. But for now, I think we have to do this. I hate to do it, but it's not going to take long, so we'll do it. Also, if anyone knows a better way to get YAFC outputs into my Logi requests, do let me know, because this is what I've been doing, is the output requester chest, and then... Nope. Try again, Brennan. Yeah, output a requester chest blueprint, and then I have to delete the blueprint, and it's kind of awkward. But if anyone knows a better way, I will happily take that feedback. So we're going to head up to the mall. We're going to grab what we need for the silver build. I guess we can grab everything we need for iron niobium alloy too at the same time. So let's look at that, and let's make... Iron niobium alloy build is 2 smelters. Okay, that's easy. All right, bots. Bring me my junk. Oh, really? Oh, because that's the wrong kind of furnace. Oops. Gas furnace is what I want, and we only need 1, and I think I have some of those anyway. Yes. That's fine. Probably shouldn't throw away Kevlar, but oh well. How are the Trits doing? We have accumulated a few of them. Have any of them overflowed all the way to this point yet? Not yet. Small details. So I could probably swing by... Should have done 100x research cost just to make it challenging. Yeah. Oh, there are people doing 10x, and I think I saw someone doing 100x on the Discord at one point. It is... I'm not going to claim to value my sanity because obviously that's false, but I think on the spectrum of how much you devalue your sanity, I don't devalue my sanity quite that much. Let's put it that way. I just picked up... Oh. Let's turn all of these on. That is fantastic. Love to see it. And that is Electronics Stage 2 researched as well. I kind of have no idea what I want to do next, if I'm being honest. I mean, bulk inserter might be nice. Floor tiles stage 3 is... Oh, that needs military science. More belt stacking? Yeah, perhaps. When do I get the next belt stacking? Here. I wonder how much of my stuff will break when I switch over to triple belt stacking. How many places have I assumed that belts only stack to 2? Let's find out. But yeah, that's a good call. That's a nice passive buff while I think about what my actual, like, plan is. And then probably this too, inserter capacity bonus. I don't think I have any circuitry that relies on it, but I might have ratios that rely on certain things stacking in certain ways. I don't think anything will break. I have zero confidence in my build's ability to handle change, is really what it is. Yeah, everything should just buffer more. I think I have one build that depends on the hand size of stack inserters. So we're gonna have to fix that. Yes. Not here. Where is it? In wood, down here. And I do this in a couple of places. So where I have these stack inserters coming in, in places where I have more than one ingredient coming in on a stack inserter, I do some circuit shenanigans to output... Oh no, but I said it's explicitly to 13 here. Okay. So this will be fine. This just won't get the stack size bonus because it's set to 13. But that's okay. I just need to change this to a 14 and this to a minus 13 if I want it to get the stack bonus. But it won't break. It just won't get the bonus. That's fine. Okay. I still have zero faith in any of my builds, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Where am I going? Down here. Worst case scenario, you have to start over. You know, we'll see if Stellar Exploration is out before this is done, then we might be starting over. But hopefully Stellar Exploration is the only thing that would trigger a restart of this run. What did I do here? Just run through this whole... Yeah, make sure this whole side is built up before I, whoops. Apparently I shift-clicked instead of whatever I needed to do in a couple of places, because I am... Nope. I did something wrong. Let's try again. Let's make sure we get this aligned right. All right. Definitely goes here. Yes. Then it goes with this one. It should be with this one? Yes. Okay. And then this one is actually where I want to put the trumpet, right? There. What did I do? I messed something up when I did this originally. This is not on the grid. I'm off grid. Do I tear it all up? Yes. No. There we go. I saw where we were. All right. Let's try one more time to make sure this is all lined up right. This is why you set your rail prints to the 32 by 32 grid. Yeah. All right. I think we're on grid now. I'm happier with this. Yes, that is actually aligned now. I don't remember what grid these are actually on. How did I actually design this? Do I remember? The answer is that it's a 90 by 90 grid. And what I should do is I should figure out the absolute grid position for these so that they're positioned correctly no matter what. But I never did that. And I'm not sure if they would work right rotated if I did that, since they kind of hang off the side of the grid shape. Oh, really? I'm out of... Yes, we are out of those. All right. Can I make more? Sure. Oh, yeah, those are marked for deconstruction because I was overly aggressive with my Control Zs. Let's go up there and just rebuild that so that the bots... Because I know the bots are going to start taking it down, so let's just get it rebuilt. Okay. I think, other than needing a bunch of rail signals, we have everything we need down here now. So... let's do... solid drop-off station. This is going to request lead ore and a lot of it. That'll be our main input. Those go through 9 automated screeners. All right. I did something wrong here. Did something wrong in a couple of places. All right, I think that's correct now. Next is 6 impact crushers. All right. Lead grade 2. Cool. And that is a yellow in and a yellow out. So power on both sides. Stone byproduct out, which will go to here, actually. How much is there actually? 1.7 per second. All right. And stone needs the void logic on it. Pretty sure I did that with stone. So that is that. And then those feed into... No, all this actually needs to come over this way a couple places, just because we need to be able to merge some stuff. So I'll give it a little more breathing room. All right, all of those go into 3 more automated screeners. All right. Doing lead grade 3. Yep. 0.66 in, 0.49 out. All right. But because it's probabilistic, I'm going to use yellow to be on the safe side because sometimes it will have extra outputs. All right, and that outputs some of the grade 1, which we need to bring over here. And merge in. And then the grade 2 just goes into a single secondary crusher to get turned into silver lead dust. Oh, it would help if I set the recipe on everything, wouldn't it? Silver lead dust. 1 a second. 2, 1 a second out. And that will go... I mean, right now I could do direct insertion. Maybe I will. Why not? Doesn't matter. Let's grab a gas furnace and plop it down. And that will output like 1/3 of a silver plate per second. Woohoo. Which is just a colossally tiny amount, but the hope is that it will manage to accrue over time. Well, I know right now it won't accrue over time because I have too much silver demand. But we'll see what we can do with it. And then we'll grab a fuel station right here. I need one of those. Do I have what I need for one of those? I don't. Ooh, okay, we're gonna have to go back to base. And we'll, I guess we'll get the rest of the rail signals that we need in the interim. Do we want to do that now? No, let's get... Do I want to do it here? Yeah, let's do it here. I think I have just enough space to run... Yeah, we can run some stuff across here. And we'll do the iron niobium alloy here as well while we're getting everything set up. Because we're going to need more stations for silver, right? Eventually we're going to be outputting molten silver as well, and probably gravel and possibly other stuff. So I don't want to cram the iron niobium alloy here. But I'll use the same fuel station, and I'll put it right down here. And then once we've got this set up, we will head back up to the mall. We will grab what we need for, all right. That is fine. Is this actually 1-to-1? I didn't double check. No, not even close. It's 5 to 1 1/3, or 15 to 4. Whatever. Doesn't matter. This is still more than enough Yes, this should be enough for capacity for the iron plate. So this pulls in 4.75, yeah, 7.5 items a second. So we're going to pull in half this belt of iron plus the little bit of niobium. So, like, in theory, I mean, we'll just do that and call it good enough. How do I want to do this? Let's... And then what's our output? Tiny amount. Of course it is. All right, that will be the iron niobium alloy once it gets, you know, deliveries of its various inputs. So let's head back up to the mall. We're going to need, like I said, a bunch of rail signals, and we're also going to need to grab... What did I need to grab? A selector combinator? A selector combinator. And that should turn all that stuff on, at least in the sort of... Yeah, I think that'll turn all that on. And then we can, I guess, go back to working on the rest of the red chip bits, since we only have a little bit left. Unfortunately... Time is it? Oh, it's almost 6. I have a family obligation tonight, which means I need to wrap up in about 15-20 minutes. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get to red chips, which is disappointing. I really was hoping we would get to them today. But definitely next Tuesday, then, we will get it done, because there's not much left in our way. Solder. Alright, bots, bring me all the stuff. I would like rail signals. That would be cool. Where are the rail signals? There we go. Do them myself. Think that should be all we need. Stack of rail signals. I'll actually take a second stack for now. We've got the decider combinator for turning on the fuel. Think that's everything? That all look... Oop, nope. Correct now? Not quite. Couple more spare ones. That all looks right to me now. And down here... also looks good. Ooh, nope, not that. That one. All right, I think we're good. So this should have selected a fuel. Yes. Train is going to get gasoline now. All right, it's good to see that benzene is no longer overflowing. It's bad to see that diesel is still overflowing, because diesel is my aromatic sink. Oh, also, look at that horrible little yellow bar flickering there on the combinator. Are we right on the edge of power? The answer is yes. Has consumption gone up that much more? Maybe? I like this pulse of centrifuges. I don't know what they are, but every once in a while, a bunch of centrifuges turn on. Cool. Well, yeah. I think we are going to need more power. It could be honey. I only run one of them for that. No. I mean, they're used for a couple of ore processing things. It could be a lot of stuff. All right. Well, I think... I'm gonna put a blue inserter or a yellow inserter on this. It shouldn't matter, because I don't think this can feed it fast enough. But just the same. Oh, all right. I'm going to call it here. We are at a good stopping point, and also my lights just flickered, and I heard the relay in my UPS click off and on. So I'm going to shut down before we lose the internet. Thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really, really appreciate it. We will be back with Pyanodons next Tuesday, and I really hope we'll get red ships done then. I really wanted to get it done today, but we weren't quite lucky enough. So I will see y'all next week. Thanks very much again. If you're watching this on YouTube and you want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the description. And if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that's also always appreciated. So thanks again, and I'll see you in the next one.